Make sure it's up and running. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing we need to work on is clustering. Um, so we need to make the ability that if a user is zoomed out, um, that markers and shapes and tools will start to cluster together, um, and be represented by a single marker when they become too small. And then as the user zooms in, then they can start to uh, uncluster as each asset becomes big enough to be visible on the map. Um, for now, let's start with just desktop, but this should be part of um, the mapping engine for both platforms. So I don't exactly know what it's going to do with just that little amount of information, but we'll see. Okay, so 32. I don't really have a 32. Mid low. Oh, I don't want to have to do this. 'Orange, and then break, and then do 40%. 'Green. Oh, not almost. It's some. Yeah, some. What is this? Where's that at, though? 12 at 40. Um. Okay, I guess it didn't have any questions. I don't have blocking questions. I'm gonna land this as in first desktop slice. Blah 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 blah. It does have. How do we? So those are the shapes, but then we need to do when they are selected. That's not really a thing, so I think that's okay for now. Icon destination. So that is there, and that does show up. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's fine. And then um can he what does this look like? Wait, we just didn't have it selected. Kind of looks like doo doo. So that it's not really a problem because I will always have people will always have that. So then when they we need to have I'm gonna call these markers self. You're still going. Undo. Okay, we'll put you over here. Side. How big are the markers? So we'll figure out what this is. Um, the self marker becomes 10 pixel, roughly 24 pixel total visual diameter, including stroke. Contacts are smaller, radius 8. Okay. Do we have any logic in place for what happens whenever you select a contact versus if it's not selected? Does it get a larger stroke, or do we have any of that in place yet? Also, does the tap area, how big is the tap area on iOS? And is it different on desktop, or is it just the size of the dot itself? We don't currently have a tap click here. The visual size is 20, 24. If we added a context selection, simply query the end of the rendered. On iOS, that is too small for comfortable tapping. I'd make the contact hit tired. On iOS, probably 3240 on desktop. Yeah, that won't work though. Let's go 30. Because I think that's what I think there's a iOS size for that, right? I think there's even one 424. Buttons, style. It's 50 by 50. How do size small? 28. We don't have icon buttons that small. Yeah. For you, button content area. Text is enable. Nope. So how do you? How big are the markers when they get placed from NorthGrid into iTAK? How big are the markers that get set? Okay, so you're saying your um you're good to go. What is this clustering look like? Added a render time asset clustering model for contacts committed. Used to collapses tiny. I mean, yes, but it's pretty bad. So technically it works. It doesn't it's not very consistent. Even at the same zoom levels, I can zoom in and out, and sometimes it'll be there, sometimes it won't be. A lot of times it'll just flicker. So I don't. What rules did you put in place for when things become clustered and when do they become unclustered? Um, we send a standard call message. For shapes tools sent from NorthGrid into iTAK, we do stroker a blah 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 blah. Is there a documented size for markers whenever they are placed inside of ATAK? So I don't think it should be. It shouldn't take effect based on the size or the zoom level. It needs to be completely based on the rendering size of how many pixels it takes up. I think there also needs to be an intermediate step where if a shape becomes, let's say, less than 64 pixels, then the labels need to fade out, but they still don't cluster. And then individual shapes should not go into, should not be um, hidden behind the clustering circle. They should just be shown as is. Anything else? When we see or if a shape becomes should not be hidden behind the clustering circle, should just be shown as is. Follow the normal. Toby One Kenobi. What's up, man? How's it going? With the salute, right? Is that the salute? No. Salute is with a 7. Good. I'm all right. Getting back into the swing. Took about 3 weeks off from streaming. So trying to get back into the swing of things and just get the ball rolling on the new project. Um, what am I working on? So I'm working on. Are you familiar with ATAK at all? Because that we'll start with that. If you're not familiar with ATAK, then it's a little bit more difficult. No clue. Okay, so ATAK is basically if you were in the military or you ever watched a semi realistic military movie or show, um, it's whenever they've got the cell phone mini screen on their chest rig, and then they look down and they've got all the mapping software on it. So that's basically what it is. Um, so it's a real thing in real life. Um, People use it in the military all the time. Um, and so we're making a new version of it because there's a whole bunch of issues with it. So this is what ATAK actually looks like. Um, there's a communication and mapping tool. And basically, there's a whole bunch of limitations with it. One of the main things, though, is that it's just super complex and not user friendly at all. Main half of that's because it was done by the government, I believe. I think it was actually done by a contractor, but it was for the government, and then it got released to the public, or a version of it got released to the public in like 2013. But the how everything gets used is still like it's done in 2013. So um, yeah, and it only runs on Android. So I'm working on basically a new version of it, if you will, that can run Android and iOS, and it has interoperability with the ATAK system itself. So that's what we're working on. Right now, we're doing some trying to get things to start to cluster together as you zoom in and out, and then um, while Codex is kind of working in the background, working on the real UI. So we have both a desktop and an app version actually working. Um, but they're just kind of I basically threw it together and it did 90% of the styling without any input, and so now we're going back and actually laying it out. So anyway, that's the main thing. Um, Okay, so what did it? No stable state and recomputes during animated zoom frames, so borderline assets can flap. Thanks. Before you start, what's in your explanation of what you would do next? You're talking about grouping and separating. What's the difference between grouping and separating versus clustering? Which assets belong to the same cluster? Candidate, these four contacts in two tiny shapes are close enough on the screen. They should separating means when blah 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 is the actual user face. So grouping type rules make sense and it changes the next pass pretty materially. No zoom threshold, no single tiny shape becomes a cluster marker. Labels fade hide first. Once the shape's rendered pixel footprint drops below a threshold, a lone shape always remains visible as its actual geometry. Yeah, go ahead and start this round of implementation. I'm not sure about the whole it stays selected. Okay, so then we need to marker destination, markers dot, and then we need to do say 28. So that's destination. I could just instead. I don't have that size. So okay, so we need to make all of these. How can I? Center up to two. Okay, so then that's that. Here. Build that dude. I don't think this is working at all. So it's still not working very well at all. I don't know. Like it's not checking. Um, it's not running the check on Zoom. It seems to be like it's randomly checking if there are shapes and tools that are um small enough or big enough to do the correct thing. The other thing that we need to do is make sure that we're not clustering um, contacts, whether that's myself or other people. We need to not cluster their markers. This is only for tools and shapes. So if I just zoom out, so it's like a weird. I was only bound to zoom rotate while a separate move listener was also doing. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's like I need to delete that. I do need to just make it one piece. Mid low 1. And then outside white. Where's, and then I have the effect on this. Okay, so contacts are completely removed from clustering. Self location was already separate. Now other people contact markers are also never clustered candidates and never receive cluster hidden. Cluster candidates are now only last shapes meaning. Okay, so let's try to rebuild this bitch. You definitely should have collapsed by now. Okay. Does the mapping engine that we're using have anything for this built into it? Because right now this is extremely janky. It's better than it was before, but as far as how it automatically starts to group things together, um, it's not. I feel like this is going to take many, many rounds just to get the basic implementation done. Is there not anything that's built into the engine already? Ooh, that was gross. Okay, so then we need to make um 32 by 32. Here to you. Markers. Wait, mm, let's do you. Yes, we should be using built-in clustering for the actual grouping. Source supports GeoJSON source clustering with cluster true blah, 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 like point count exposes helpers. Points, not arbitrary polygons, lines, freeform geometry directly. For our shapes tools with better architectures, keep real shape tools as geometry sources. Create a separate shape cluster point source where each shape. I like how it used janky. Create a separate shape cluster point source. Can you explain what you mean when you're talking about creating a separate shape cluster point source for each shape or tool? Okay. So then you come in, you need to be the icon, and then we need a variant. True. Oh, okay. What are you saying? I don't need this for shape. I mean, one additional share. Blah, blah, blah. But each also gets a single invisible proxy. Then Map Libre clusters those points natively. Says 5 of those represented are in one cluster. Okay, I mean that makes sense. Okay, and so this will make us have the ability to fade in and out shapes as well as normal points. Um, and that proxy point will then be directly tied to the shape, and we'll be able to move shapes around, and that proxy shape will also proxy point will move with it. It'll just be invisible, correct? And the proxy point will be baked into um the core engine that we have set up for both iOS and for desktop, right? Okay, so that's what we have selected, and then we need so that's the base. Mostly exactly. That's not even a real thing. Proxy point should be invisible, derived. Important ones. The proxy point does not replace the shape. Yeah, I got that. For fading, labels and real shape can fade based on our own render rules. Cluster membership can hide. Can work for baked into the also the proxy should be runtime derived, not a real saved shape, and not serialized on its own caught element. Right. So this will not get sent over with if we sent this over uh to iTAK or ATAK, the proxy point would not go with it, correct? It would just be the shape. Great. If a if you send a rectangle die attack, they receive the rectangle only. NorthGrid may locally generate a proxy point for clustering. Okay, yeah, go ahead and switch. Rip out the custom clustering that we started down, and then swap everything over to this proxy point system. Sweet. That was 32. Flatten white. So that's what a selected icon would look like. That's unselected. The only thing would be, what does this dude look like? He's swapping. I mean, I think it's fine. Okay, so we've got shape selections, got the contact dot, we've got destination markers, we've got an example of I don't love it, but sure, it's fine. Color. Okay. So that's we need to get back to doing up the actual screen stuff. So let's see. Need to replace this dude. What do we have this at? We had it at 4. Why are you? Weird. Do I want? So this is gonna. I'm done getting tired of or getting screwed up with that. Okay, so you're saying you're done now. Done. Replace custom. Blah 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 blah. Selected shapes are pulled out of clustering immediately. Labels should still fade by. So, I mean, it does work better. So this does work better. There's still some flickering. Everything should at least be changed over to fades versus just popping in and out immediately. Um, there looks like there's something that is going on with our logic around when the labels should be shown or not. Is there anything inside of the map engine that can control labels by itself versus our custom logic? Top bar, blah 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 blah. Bug contents. So what is why? Okay, so you're that makes a little bit more sense. Just to make it all the same. After we get here, blah, 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 whether labels overlap, hide, blah, blah. Yeah, so right now, can we actually strip out all of our custom logic and just rely on the map engine's own built-in logic, except for our proxy point, and then that way I can judge it strictly based on that alone? Okay, so it couldn't have just given me the border radius for the ship. It's clip content, corner radius. I'm gonna say that that's probably good. Means I say the compass is good. John stripped all the custom render size. What remains? Labels now. No custom label thresholds. No custom shape must be under. Zoom, rotate, no longer rebuilds proxy data. Okay, so this should be better. No idea if it will be. Okay, so it's it always it's always the same now. So now it always happens if I look at the zoom level. It's always 2 clicks. So that should be okay. So this works a lot better now. The only thing is, can we um, m- give the hide and show an animation? For now, let's start with just fading in and out. The only thing is that basically, if a shape is visible or should be unclustered, then the animation needs to play and it shouldn't stop. Um, if meaning it shouldn't like the animation should not be tied to the zooming action. It's just if it gets triggered, then it does play the full animation. Does that make sense? It was very poorly worded. Okay, so with that done, I need to, I guess, 3. But we're saying this is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's what you are. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so everything is 24 pixels away from the edge. And then we've got our quick action, quick bar. Okay, so basically everything here is now how we want it to be. I don't think there's no major pieces. That, that, that. So that should be good there. So we need to. So that's the basic shell. This basic shell. That's good. These guys are all. That's good. I'm. No, it will be white. We'll just at least make it. Actually, white. Stroke. Dark some. Labels at opacity 0 can still participate in symbol collision. I'm going to keep labels present while they're fading. Okay. You need to be swamped out for base, self. Why? Why? Ooh. Is this? Okay, that'll work for that. That looks a little bit better. Is this thing centered though? All right, are you done? You're done. So this looks a lot better. We need to speed up the fade to be 200 milliseconds. One thing I'm seeing is that the circle around the dot that represents how many shapes are in a cluster. It looks like it has a black background. Um, that is currently not fading in and out, although the number inside of it does. So the background will snap away, and you can see the number fade away. So that animation placement just needs to be corrected. Um, there's something I wanted. I need to adjust the labels on the shapes. Whenever the the dot comes in to represent clustered shapes, again the black dot with the white outline, it also does not fade in, and the number inside of it also does not fade in. The number only fades out. And can we change the shape of the um that represents the clustered items into the GPS looking tear upside down teardrop shape? Let that run. Okay, so selecting stuff works. Um, Shapes will just be their normal shape as they have been this whole time. Blah 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 blah. I need to to vertical. Right. Quick action. Blah 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 blah. I guess these don't actually need that. You can go there. You can go here. You're this way. Go on that. Oh, I see. Lightly. Okay, so all those are good there. You're all placed. So the skeleton for both desktop and mobile is done. The only problem or the only question is what the fuck? Hey, you still work? Doc is 250. Perfect. Okay. So that needs to be okay. So now I want to change the speed. Let's increase it to 125 milliseconds, just so everything comes in faster. And then um, I want to change the logic with our or the styling for shapes and tools. Um, right now, labels are visible by default, um, and then the name shows up disappears whenever you click on the shape or a tool. Um, instead, I want all of those labels to not be visible by default for shapes. For tools, the measurements um, should stay visible by default. Shapes right now, labels are visible by default, and then the name shows up. then the name disappears whenever you click on the shape. Is that true for tools? Instead, I want the labels to not be visible by default for shapes. For tools, the measurement should stay visible by default. Uh, should stay visible by default, and the name of tools should also be for tools. The measurement should stay visible by default, and the names should be hidden by default. Um, Also, if all shapes are being grouped together, if they are all the same opacity fill color, regardless of the stroke or the opacity of the fill, then the clustering um or the stroke or the opacity of the fill, then the clustering or su labor. Wow. So it just it switched to like Spanish or something. Then the clustering of the shapes. What am I trying to say? If they are all the same fill color, regardless of the stroke or opacity of the fill, then the clustering uh, icon should reflect. That means we also need to make updates to the number inside of the icon, so that it has the same styling that shape or tool labels have, where it has a white stroke and a black stroke around it. Which means we also need to increase the size slightly to 24 pixels by 24 pixels. If the shapes are not the same color, then uh, it should just be a black icon. Kind of ran out of steam on that one. Um. Okay, so we need to get back to the labels. Fuck, I forgot about this. Forgot about. We need the label portion. Okay, I'm gonna while this runs that, um, I'll be right back. Okay, camera. We need to do the labels. Should it be a part of these? So that means how do we what's the best way to rebuild this? Am I able to so I can't set rotation. So that's how would I is this still 40 45? If I made it 48 by 48. feel like this should be this should probably be the next thing that I prototype, because yeah, that this is gonna be a pain in the ass, I think, to get right. Think. I don't know, actually this I might strengths here and here. This is this. And then you are bottom. So then the only gotcha here is need to do one, two, three, four, one, four, one, two, three, four, one, two, three, four. And then I mean I think that's basically what I want. And you So you go away and then east, false, southwest, false. Otherwise, I won't know what the hell this thing is. Okay, so then to use it, um, yeah, so then at that point, then it just becomes that selected. So that pivots. That pivots all the way there. Those guys just stay wherever they want to stay. And then hey, C Films, what's up, man? Been a couple weeks. I apologize. That's on me. That's my bad. How's the website coming? Do I have? I don't think I have glow on these. I have I've got glow on the arms. I don't have glow on. Oh no, I do. Films is doing great. Um, are you done? You're done. Okay, let's rebuild. Okay, so that needs to get updated and then check you. Fixing up the code. That's good. I think last time I remember you were making a bunch of like optimizations or stuff uh, for like scalability. Have you scaled it at all yet? Um, so uh, it looks like it might have already been 24 pixels. So we need to increase it up to, let's say, 40 pixels. But it also looks like there is some sort of background that got attached to the icon. So it looks like it's just a square with the icon inside of it. The background needs to be transparent. I'm gonna change this to. 'Cause what did I make? What am I making this? This was 32. I think I'm gonna then also tell it. And then the next piece of functionality that I want to add is um the clustering should be based on shapes or tools. So like only circles should be clustered together, only rectangles should be um clustered together, and then etc. Range and bearing circles should be clustered together, but circles and range and bearing circles should not be clustered together. And then from there, can we does the map engine have the ability to cluster already clustered items together? So then that way, if we do have two circles clustered together and two rectangles clustered together, once they are both then too small, can those then be clustered together? Because those are just cluster icons at that point. Let me know before you start the work. At Major League Sports venues. Okay, so if you added Major League Sports venues, did you add? Does that mean you're now referencing athletes and stuff like that on the venues? So before it was just movies and actors and actresses and things like that. Are you doing sports people? That can go away. Um That's all green. You need to be changed to the library. That would be almost none. No, some. Then you get updated to are you 13? Good. Has actors, musicians. Oh, it already did. Okay. So did you have to, are you writing logic then? Like the venues, not logic, but are you filtering like active versus non-active, which is kind of like a different thing versus, for actors? Like obviously athletes do die, but then but I guess I'm more asking like they're no longer with the Mariners or whatever. So did you add that logic in as well? Oh, and footnote doesn't have 20 the current icon is a 64 pixel canvas scaled. It's weird. As long as from the SDF, I used a pin to be dynamically tinted. The SDF is useful for dynamic icon color, but if generated distance field is imperfect, the map can render that. Does not have an built-in cluster only by this property setting. So to cluster circles only with circles, rectangles only with clean engine aligned way is separate cluster sources per cluster family. On cluster already clustered item that not automatically across separate source layers map. Rendered cluster icons are not real source features. Split clustering by tool using. Okay, I don't think I want to do. Is there going to be any performance hits if we did the split clustering by tool shape families? Will that impact the map responsiveness or cause constant repainting to happen? Or is that just um, something that would be offset by the fact that we're then hiding and combining certain shapes so they're no longer on the screen to begin with? To be any performance hits we did. The athletes are only for ones born in the Northwest United States. Right. Oh, okay. So you're not tracking the athletes that are current. Like, I guess what I was saying though is as an additional like piece of metadata because you're now showing sport venues. Is there a relationship between the sport venues and active athletes, or does that not even matter? It's just that the sport venue is a sport venue in the Northwest. I guess that's more my question because it's a separate, it's different. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm trying to say about it. I don't know. I guess as far as like information that you would show for a sports venue, I would think that you'd want to show like who's actively there still. So this is iOS button 14. Yeah, I get that that there are venues that are located in the Northwest, but as far as like additional metadata, because right now you're showing, your big thing from when we were talking before was that it was, um, anybody who was born in the Pacific Northwest, but then with sporting venues, you click on, um, I don't even remember. I don't even know what it's called because it changes like every 2 years. But Mariner Stadium, you click on that, and then just because it's like a container for famous people. I would just assume that because of how everything else kind of works, that you then show the current roster of who. I mean, I guess you would only show. Maybe you could show the current roster, but then also all previous players that had been born there. I don't know. Yeah, that needs this thing still needs the square, the cutout. It just doesn't need to be. It's fine. It's fine. It's like I want it to always be attached to the point. Here's a CS. Um, okay, what are we looking at here? Seattle, Washington. So I guess you got colleges, Lumen Field. Okay, so you're not actually then. It's not like you can go and visit. It's not like so these are just points, like links out. Okay. See, I was under the impression that you were like whenever you said you added sports venues, I thought you were going to be like, okay, I can now click on Lumen Field and then I go to cfilms.com/Lumen Field or something like that. And then you would have, some similar information to like if you went in here and you clicked on this. So pretend like this was Lumen Field, and then you had all the additional information. That's what I thought you were talking about. If we do the split clustering by tool shape families, will that impact map responsiveness or cause constant repainting to happen, or is that just something that would be offset by the fact that we are then hiding and combining certain shapes so that there are less shapes overall on the map. Yeah, and this will. I think this is fine. This needs to go to. So I guess part of the problem is this. Ooh, wouldn't be. So if we put you up here on Shadow Mountain, and then we say this is on west, we'll change this to contact, and we'll make you green. And this dude doesn't need it because it's myself. I know my own name. So I guess one way to think about it is would this ever actually be it would always be straight up and down when we don't have bearing information. So then that's fine. Service, blah 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 blah. Okay, so then drop shadow. Oh. Milsim. Okay, and then what's the order? It's definitely that way. Yes, there is some overhead, but it should be modest if we do it as a fixed set of families. Splitting by family would mean separate cluster sources. So two circles may become one circle, two rectangles may become one rectangle, and those icons can still sit near each other. This is where cluster clusters together would come in, but that part would be custom second stage objects rather than built-in engine behavior. So for now, let's just go ahead and do this um, split clustering by tool shape and by shapes. Before you implement that next slice, are we able to use a SVG icon or um, for the GPS icon that we're representing for when things are clustered together, or does it have to be something that is raster based? How's my project going? Well, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's not the same project. So the ADE project is kind of kind of on hold. I so I guess some backstory. Um, Obviously I went away. So I went back home for a week or so. My father finally retired, so we went back home and celebrated that. And then I just took some time off, obviously between getting home and then the 4th of July. Just a little summer breaky poo. Um, and I worked while I was gone. And I started hitting snags, and I kind of came to the realization that the only not the only benefit, but there was definitely an aha moment of like, unless you were a user and you wanted to work in a particular manner, this probably wasn't the project for you. And then the other problem that I kind of came to is that like there are already people out there making custom ADE projects, and they're already on the market. Whether or not they're better or worse, TBD. Um, or I get not even TBD, but up for debate. Um, UFD. Anyway, so I mean, there are already some out there. All of the ones that I know of, I still have my own problems with for certain reasons, for various reasons. And then I think the big problem that I started to come across was that, yeah, unless you wanted to work in a workflow that I was setting up, it just became extremely complicated to make something that would be universal enough to where people would want to use it and would want to pay money for it. Um, and I think it was kind of getting to the point to where the audience would be so niche that it wouldn't really be worth it. And then the other aspect of it was while I was gone, I think it was Claude, or it may have been Anthropic, it may have been OpenAI. I don't remember which, but one of them released a an update, and basically took a giant portion of functionality that I had built in, um, because it didn't exist. It was a problem that I saw that it needed to be included into workflow, and then they introduced it, and it's just one of those like, these guys are releasing updates every, couple of days, even multiple times a day. And so just the keeping up with both the features that they have built into it as well as what just all the changes and limitations. Like for example, like Claude's gonna do away with, or like if you want to run a headless Claude terminal, or headless Claude agent, it'll tie into API pricing and not just your normal subscription, and that's just not gonna fly. So I kind of just put the brakes on it. Maybe I'll revisit it. I mean, it was definitely a good learning curve. I definitely went way into the deep end as far as that goes for, as a first project. So kind of putting on the brakes on that, and so that's why I'm switching gears to this NorthGrid project a little bit. Not a little bit. I am. Yes, we can use an SVG. Ultimately wants an image sprite for icon image, so the cleanest approach is keep the G as an FE, render it into transparent canvas as the size colors we need, add the rendered image. Okay. So I need to give this dude a vector shape. So anyway, it's yeah, that's how the ADE project's going. But this one, I'm having a lot of fun. It's something that I'm even more aware of from stuff I did many, 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 many years ago. Um, and I've been interested in it for quite a few years as well. So um, yeah, it's going. GPS location. Why SF symbols? Mm-hmm. Do I think the C Films project is too niche? Um, I think what would be interesting is like, a obviously if you expanded it past the Pacific Northwest, um, I don't think it's too niche, but I mean it's definitely for certain types of people who are only interested in wanting to see that type of information. Um, I don't know, like how do you expand upon that? One thing that might be interesting, C films, is like maybe if you turned it into like a browser plugin, and maybe it's something that you could like piggyback on to Wikipedia or Grokpedia or something like that, where maybe it somehow like puts in it puts like a Pacific Northwest filter somehow onto the page, like it renders somehow onto the page itself, and then the users kind of interact with it, and then it kind of like filters it more by what you're specifically targeting. um I don't know, that's yeah. Yeah, I don't think it I don't know if like it's not a niche type thing, it's just it's kind of like this where the audience is small, but the audience that is there is a thing. Like they're interested. So that makes sense. What does ATAK stand for? So in the military, I think it's Android Team Assault Kit, I think is what it's called. And then they have a civilian version, and it's Android Team Awareness Kit, I think is what it stands for. Um, so basically, if you don't know what it is, it's like if you ever watch like a modern military movie or TV show or whatever, or like I think they even had it like back in the day, like on 24, where you'd have like your cell phone, and they'll have it like on their chest rig or their plate carriers, and they'll flip it down, and then you can see everybody on all the everybody on the map. If you saw like Generation Kill or whatever, they have the Blue Force gear trackers that are in the Humvees. It's the same. It takes all of that information and then puts it onto the phone, and then the soldiers can wear it on their chest rig. So that's where it all started. Um, there's a lot of problems with it. Even the civilian version of it, even outside of like LARPers. There's lots of people who use it, just in general for like disaster preparedness. Like a lot of people who are in like hurricane zones and stuff like that, they'll you can use it for that kind of stuff. So um, you can communicate and all that kind of stuff because you can hook up, um, like Meshtastic radios. You can hook up Meshtastic radios to the app, and then you can send messages over radio frequencies, so chat messages and some shapes and stuff like that. So you can send chat messages, you can send shapes, all that kind of stuff, and then you can also connect it to a server. So if you do have internet access, um, you can send more detailed information. You can pull up like video streams alongside it. So in the app, so for example, like this is me building it so far. So, you've got this, and then you can do whatever you need to do. Um say you're just like, hey, we need to, this is the shape, and then we need to all meet up here at 12 o'clock tomorrow. And so, you can draw the shape, and then you can send it across to everybody who's in the chat, uh in the chat room or whatever. So there's all kinds of different things you can do with it. There's all kinds of like networking that goes along with it. So connecting it to a server, you can do stuff over LAN. So maybe you don't have internet, but you are all in the same vicinity. You can do it over LAN directly, and then, like I said, you can do it over radio. Um, oh, that's the simulator. So you can do all that kind of stuff. You can do the chat, uh, broadcast to everybody, broadcast to individuals, all that kind of stuff. So I mean, it's a fairly complex system. Um, but yeah, it's really good for like disaster relief or search and rescue. People use it a lot, first responders. Um, and then like on the LARPing side of things, like people who play like paintball or airsoft, they'll use that to kind of communicate and stuff. So it's a pretty robust and fairly popular system. The problem is that it's really just, um, as the name implies, Android. There is an iPhone version, but it's not the same version. It's just kind of someone made an iPhone version of the app and they do talk to each other, but it's completely garbage. It's like 5% of of the stuff and it's not a good experience. So this project will be iPad or iPhone to iPhone, iPhone to Android, um, NorthGrid, whatever device to ATAK, Android, as well as tax server and everything else. So it'll have like 90% of communication between all the different services will be there. Um, so yeah, that's kind of the overview. How does Apple not have the GPS point thing? I don't I don't get it. So I guess I'll have to roll my own or three material. Okay, how do I that actually go away? I think it did. So we'll do it as a stroke on the inside, and it'll be inside mid low. Okay. Then wait. If I provide a SVG, would you want an example number inside of the shape, or is that something that you would add manually whenever you build it out? Okay, so technically that's all that it needs. For the SVG shape, can I export it out with a drop shadow effect from Figma and then you pick up that effect, or do you need to apply the effect uh, in code versus in the SVG shape itself? Thanks, man. I don't know if you're helping out, but if you are, it was good talking to you again. I should be back to being to streaming normally. I'm going to try to do a better job at of being more regular. Um, so I should be around more often. Okay, so I'm gonna export. What do you think of the idea of the C Films website? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the website is interesting. It's just like you got to be someone who's really interested in just organically discovering information about people who live in the Pacific Northwest. If there was a way to expand it out to other cities and not be specific to just Pacific Northwest cities, because obviously you've already expanded it out past Seattle. Um, I think obviously that would increase the available audience. So I think that has purpose. Um, but leaving it to just the Pacific Northwest right now, I think is um I don't not a mistake, but is holding it back. Like, I think maybe, um, like, if you could hit up, like, every major city in each state, like, I would start there, maybe. I don't know. But then I guess why would you start with a city and not the whole state if you're expanding 2 states? Okay, so next state you would add is Montana. Gotta get that Yellowstone traffic. Okay, so I'm gonna export you out. NorthGrid. So inside the design folder are 2 SVGs, one with a number and one without a number. Um, Obviously, use the one without a number, but take a look at the one with a number for the number placement and the styling of the number. Um, in this, the green color is the piece that gets replaced um, by um, the shapes that are getting converted into the cluster icon. So if everything is yellow, then the background becomes yellow. Um, and then again, keeping it with uh, um, universal, making it universal. If the shapes are different colors, then um, the background should then just be pure black. Just get rid of all of that, delete that. And then again, if the shapes are different colors in the background, it should just be. As far as the drop shadow goes, it needs to be um, 0 offset in both the X and Y with a 4 pixel blur. And then the whatever color the background is should be the color of the drop shadow. And then it should be at 20% opacity. And then the shadow. Montana. um, on custom. Okay, so that's good. That's good. I don't really know what else I can add to this before I start working on the dock. That's kind of the main thing. Got it. I'll treat the no number. Why reproduce it in Canvas versus using the SVG path? Ba, 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 ba. So then over here, this is fine. I think so. The next thing I really need to do is work on the actual content of the drawers and the docks. I don't think there's anything I need to do. Is this hiding? I need to bring back the dimensions if it's selected. Also want to change the styling logic for shapes and tools. Um, if the, I guess it's just for shapes, right? If a shape is selected, then the dimension or measurement labels should be visible. This also includes during the creation state, like we previously had, so that they can be seen as the user's drawing the shape. And then for tools, they need to always show their measurement or distance labels. Go with that. Um, where do I not have? I do want to have the night mode figured out. But would that just be an overlay? I'll need to think about that. So that's basically you done. This one, I mean, is pretty straightforward. Wait, so then what did I... Padding. Okay, so we need to do numbers. Skeleton. Why not do that? Bumps that out. That one I want. Questions: do I go deeper with my current area or expand out? Oof. I mean, I think it's a question of how do you expect to do it? Like, if you expand out, you got to basically do all of the work that you've gotten so far all over again. And I know, like, I don't want to say you're anti AI, but you like doing it manually. So I feel like you need a way to be able to automate the expansion part of it. Because otherwise, if you go deeper, or if you expand, let's say you do expand to Montana and it's all the same information, but then after Montana you decide to go deeper, then you got to do the work twice again. So I would probably go deeper, and then if you're thinking about going deeper, then go deeper first and then expand. So I don't know. Montana is only 2 cities. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that is true about Montana. It'd be different if it was like New York or something, California, but I don't know. I would go deeper, and personally, I would try to get if it was me doing it, I would be trying to build out a plan on figuring out how I could automate the expansion part of it. Maybe not to the point to where it's automatically getting the information, but at least, you know, being able to quickly spool up. Like, let's say you expanded to Montana, and then after that you wanted to do Wyoming, because that'd be only like 1 city. That should be something that is like extremely super simple, and like all the connections are kind of already in. There's a way for the connections to kind of be automated, I guess, is more what I'm saying, versus everything being connected, manually tied in. I assume how you're doing it with your database. Landscape safe. Let's see, and then here. Means it back. Okay, I think that's. I think that clears the radius enough. And then, so that's good. Did you finish? Yes, you did. Okay, let's build this dude. Because simple ultimate needs an image texture for image. It can't render the SVG directly. Would calling it the Northwest United States still work? If I had Montana, I would probably. I mean, probably not, because Montana is Mountain Time Zone to begin with. And then obviously you're skipping over Idaho unless you already have Idaho. And even then, Idaho, I think, is also Mountain Time. So I don't think you can really call it the Northwest anymore after that point. I mean, it kind of comes down, it becomes a problem of it being cfilms.com, which is obviously more than Seattle at this point. Or you already have Idaho. So yeah, I just don't, I mean, there's an argument to be made if you could include Idaho in the Northwest, but I don't think Montana is, like, that's just north. Like, it would be difficult to consider Montana the Northwest, but then not include, you know, it's kind of like then saying Utah is also the Northwest. Like, it's obviously not. I think technically it's further west than Montana, but it's south. So I don't think you can call it that anymore. Hello, why are you not? Shapes now show measurement dimension labels while selected and during live creation previews. Tools specifically force measurement labels on regardless if of the labels toggle. So that's not really what I meant. So I think there's some, there's now a bug where things are not clustering together. Also, range and bearing tools should not ignore the label toggle. They should just be on by default and require the toggle to be hit to turn them off. And that is something that should not carry forward with the next tool creation. So that the label toggle would be only for the current tool, where shapes, the toggle carries forward as you create the next shape. But the big thing now is that clustering is not happening. Some people group West Montana into the most people stop at. Yeah, I don't. I don't. It's kind of like trying to say that Missouri is the South. Like, that's not. As someone who's from Arkansas, I would not consider Missouri from the South. So I don't think. I think there'd be more people that would argue against that than agree with it. That'll be a problem. Let's see here. Airdrop. Yes, let's quickly. Quickly do this one because it is a bit different. You get swapped out to normal size. I think if you came across an Alaskan and then you called them someone from the Pacific Northwest, they might kill you with a harpoon gun. I don't know if that's a wise idea, Sea Films. Is just 40. Boom, boom, boom. Gap is 8. Go gap. Just saying Northwest US. I mean, I don't know. I would just say it is what it is. Northwest. I mean, that's true, at least. That is true. Okay, so the question is, do I keep you? If I don't keep it, if you expand to Montana, what do you call the area that you cover? I mean, I guess at that point you just have to ask yourself, like, what is the scope of the project? Like, on one hand, like you got to also think like you've already, even if you don't expand to Montana, you're kind of in the same thing as far as like you are like you're surfacing information that isn't about films, like sport venues. So yeah, you're not doing deep dive information like I was thinking you were doing with the with like the rosters of who's playing at Lumen Field or whatever, or elite. You're not showing people from the Pacific Northwest who are at the Lumen Field. So you kind of have like you're kind of in a conundrum of just like what exactly are you trying to cover? Because if you're including information that has nothing to do with films, then is it even about films? And then obviously it's not about Seattle anymore. So it's kind of just do you rename the entire project so that it's more inclusive to all the other stuff, or you know what I mean? Like it's a kind of it's an odd spot you're in. A bit of a conundrum. Yeah, the New York Times is still the New York Times, but are you really going to consider like compare yourself to the New York Times? Like that's like the New York Times kept the name the New York Times because of the brand recognition that they had built, the reputation that they had built. So Okay, so if it's 6 degrees of Seattle, if you're expanding to Montana, is it still everything that is 6 degrees away from Seattle? Is everything still Seattle based at the end of the day? Mm, sure. But then, if Louisiana was within 6 states of being created from Washington, are you going to include Louisiana? I feel like it's a slippery slope. Yep. There is the problem. Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's still, if there's people that don't have a problem with it, I think it's fine. I think it just becomes an issue of, you know, okay, so if we're saying 2 states away from Washington State, that means that you're okay with 6 degrees or with 6 states away. So is that like I don't even know what that would be. Like Indiana or something? Like where do you draw the line? I probably just made everybody understand how big of a noob I am at geography. I don't even know what. Like, yeah, so, it's like if you're doing it by state, you got to have all the other states that are kind of, 6 states away from it. So that means it starts to being like, okay, a radius. So is New Mexico in it? Technically, if you counted 6 states in a diagonal, do you pick up Texas at that point? Okay, so then that one was easy. That's done. And then we need to do the mission page. Is this guy still running? Fix both. Okay. Rebuild. Less widely known media areas. So I mean, like, I guess I get the messaging around it just has to get people to understand that. Like, it's just weird. It's like, because now you're saying less known media areas in the US, but then it's still called C films. But then it's 6 degrees of Seattle, and then it's it's kind of like which way are you going with it? I don't know if your if your messaging is clear there. I mean, if I go and I look at the website, I mean, I guess it does say 6 degrees of Seattle right at the top. But I don't know. It's but your title says Northwest US cities, movies, actors, and more. I think if you wanted to stick with what your current mission is to your original question, I would then go deeper. I would not expand to Montana. I would go deeper with this. Like, at a minimum, I would probably add relations. You can bring it over here. I would add relations to this. So if I come in here and I clicked on any of these people, Megan Price, I should then see, like, Okay, you're saying these are actors born in Seattle by first name. I should be able to click on their name and then I can see the movies that they've been in. Or if there are any actors or actresses that they have starred in movies with another person who was born in Seattle or Washington or whatever, then those should also be there. So I think there needs to be more density to the web. Um, versus I would start with that kind of stuff before um before I expanded. So you may also be interested in blah blah blah. I'd start doing that stuff. And then likewise, if I went in and then looked at a movie, if there's a movie that was made in Seattle and it starred a person that was born in Seattle, then it should list that person or people. Okay, so it doesn't understand. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. So there looks like there's a bug where if items have been clustered together and then I change the colors of them, even if they're all the same color, but they're a different color than when the cluster icon was originally rendered, it stays with the original color. Versus being updated to show the new color. There's also a bug with the animations for labels. Right now, if I drag out a shape, the label does not show up immediately and it tries to do its animation. And then anytime I move my mouse, the animation restarts. If I'm creating a tool or moving a tool or rotating a tool or anything like that, then the labels should be always visible and not running an animation. The only time the animations happen are for the clustering. Do you have an animal bug problem or a technical bug problem? I definitely don't have any animal bug problems. And technical bug problems, I mean, besides this one? Oh, or are you saying on your website? I definitely don't have an animal bug problem. In my project, I mean, at this point, there's only most of the stuff that is live doesn't have any bugs that I have been able to find. There are some bugs, like the one I just found, but I'm in active development of this feature, so it's a little bit different. There are certain things that are not complete, not completely implemented. So a lot of this stuff over here on the right is for what it does, it works, but it's not complete. It's not 100% implemented. So, like for example, um, I can send messages back and forth today, either through the relay system, which is which is a Rust file that's hosted on a VPS, or I can send it over LAN, or I can send it over direct message. But I don't have the automatic routing in place. So if I sent a message from my phone, but I'm in the woods and I don't have cell service, which means I can't connect to the relay, but I previously was, then it doesn't know that it needs to drop from relay. It doesn't know that it needs to not send through relay, and it needs to send through Meshtastic. So that's not a bug. That's just I haven't had the chance to build out the routing system yet. So yeah, I mean there's some things. I mean, I spent a long time doing like even just like simple animations like this opening, and then like drag and drop, like this stuff. It's not 100%, but I mean it's basically what it is there. I'd be happy with shipping, but yeah, it is what it is. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming or what, but there might be this performance bug. It's not because I'm streaming, because this was a bug before. Is really we'll wait for this one to come back. Cluster color now refreshes from the current proxy data after style edits, including for labels, active drawing, dragging now as an immediate measurement overlay layer, full opacity, no placement fade, no restart. See, did it again. So now it's not clustering at all again. And there looks to be a bug um in the drawing engine, like we had a couple days ago, where everything was sluggish to move around the map, like everything is constantly repainting. Um, the slot follows a horizontal flow. Items stretch along its height. I don't know what that means. Fix the blah blah blah. Remove the cluster. Okay. Rerun this sucker again. So this works better, but still not great. So the clustering is working again, and it changes colors as I update the shape colors. So that part is fixed. However, the sluggishness is not fixed yet. If I move it around, if I move a shape around fast enough, the label will actually like separate from it, and it looks like it's trying to animate itself constantly. Um, like it has constant easing in its movement and things like that, versus it just being immediate. I also see the animations for the labels whenever I select on them, select a shape. So I select a shape and then the label will fade in. That shouldn't be a thing. So any logic that we have as far as the labels go, there should be no animation to them whatsoever. I think that may have been a carryover from the very first spike that we did to try to roll our own clustering. So if there's any of that type of logic that's still there, that needs to go away. Ooh. So it needs... It may only be used to refer to creating or signing in with a passkey. Ooh. that sucks. You guys don't have a outline of this? Oh, there it is. Disable symbol fade. We still got sluggishness. So there's still a bit of sluggishness when moving items around the map, and the labels still want to separate from the shape whenever I rotate or move them around the map. See the screen recording of the labels separating during rotation. Zero. You're not a thing. You can go away. You can go away. Where is it saying I've got... Better tile. I think this is what I'm gonna call it. 5 hours for my first stream back. Not too bad. I'm hungry. Headphones about to die. See Films. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you again. It was good talking about the project. I'm interested to hear where you end up landing on it. So let me know next time you're in. Let's talk about it more. See if we can't nail down a direction for you if you're looking for input. But anyway, that's gonna do it.